Testing audio, 1 2 1 2. Sort of a 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Let me go back to this camera. There we go. Aha! Hey guys, what's going on? We are here live streaming for the first time since apparently January, because that's what it said on my little screen telling me when the last time I live streamed was. It is Friday, March 29th, if you're watching this in the past, or I should say in the future, because of the fact that, let me mute my audio here. It's in headphones. You won't hear it anyway, but I just want to make sure that I'm not getting some sort of feedback there. So it's pre-show eve, basically, is what we're doing here. We are working on the BMW Z4 GT3 from Roal Motorsports. This car specifically is set up decal-wise to represent their 2014 3 Hours of Monza car. That is one of the 2014 Blancpain Endurance Series, of course, in Japan. Wow, in Europe. Apparently it's too early. And what we're going to be doing on this live stream for the duration of the day is we're going to decal it and final assemble it. Because at this point, I have a few things left that need to be like detail painted. I've got to mask off a little area behind the passenger window where the fuel filler is. I did all of my airbrushing for the trim last night, and in my masking I forgot to mask off this area, so I'm going to just mask it off and then hand paint it, just because I don't want to mask the entire thing again, just airbrush a space about the size of a dime. And then I'm going to mask off the areas where the tow hooks are, because they are literally about the size of like a nail head, but they're molded into the actual bumper on this Fujimi kit rather than being like a slot that you slide a tow hook through. Actually, if you get one of the older Z4s, because Fujimi made Z4s in 2011, 2012, 2013, and 2014. They kept updating the kit because this was, of course, the kit that all of the Good Smile Racing vehicles were based off of, and that was, of course, their general plan, was they just kept updating the car to not so much fulfill their sponsorship to the car, but they did actually did sponsor the car. If you get out some of the Good Smile kits from the series, they obviously stopped the series in 2015 when the SLS retired, and they didn't end up making the AMG like they originally planned to. Of course, that's a Tamiya kit now at this point. They were a associate sponsor of that car. So they basically made models of cars that they were sponsoring. All those cars have a tiny little Fujimi sticker on the somewhere usually on the door, because they were above a friend level sponsor, but they were not quite an associate sponsor. But be that as it may, they kept updating the kit throughout the years to make it semi-accurate, at least, to the real car. And the older ones, the 2011 kit specifically, has actual tow hooks that go through the bumper. The 2011 kit and possibly the 2012 kit, although I haven't had a 2012 kit out for a while, but the 2011 kit specifically has a completely different body shell than this one that we're working on here. 3 people watching. Guys, this is a one-man show. This isn't a hangout, so if you want to interact, use the chat screen. I have it up in the background. I will answer questions and interact with you guys that way. And basically, go sit here and watch me decal all day. Once I get this area behind the window masked off, let me grab my body, which is hiding in the background here because I was using gravity for my glue. I was just putting in the exhaust pipes there, which of course aren't going to show because it's too far away. But this little area back here should be, well, there's a carbon fiber piece. You get the carbon fiber set from Studio 27. People who watch this channel for a long time know this is a botched kit that we're putting back together again. I was doing a completely different scheme. It was actually black. Completely botched those decals up, but I had already put this carbon fiber decal on. As it turns out, I don't have a second set of carbon fiber for this car. So I only have little bits and pieces of the carbon fiber. I have the parts for like the rear splitter and the front air dam. Like this is carbon fibered along the very edge, which is impossible to see because I'm holding it sort of upside down into the light. But you get the idea. Where it's shiny, it's carbon fiber. Let's put it that way. I mean, I'll do all, when this thing is done and everything like that, I'll do a photo, I'll do a video of it and still photos and all that sort of things. But there's a piece that goes in this side, which I've actually managed to save, so that'll just get attached back on. It's an air intake for like the driver. And then there's this side, and the little round divot there is where the fuel filler cap goes. Now, the fuel filler cap is done, the canards are done, the taillights are done, the headlights are carryovers from before. They're still, the decals are still on them, and they haven't fallen off or anything else like that. So they're still here from the last time. I think I may, look at these. I may redo the edging, although the edging looks like it's all right. For people who don't want a little extra added, a little bit of realism to your models, take a Sharpie and go around the outside edges of all your lenses. It'll give you that little rubber gasket, basically, that all lights have. Headlights and taillights have that little rubber gasket that fits into on a modern car. Of course, older cars, it's like seal beams, don't have that. But be that as it may, it's just one of those little things that'll give you just a little extra add, because basically trying to paint that onto the body isn't going to work. So you just take the outside, not the actual light itself, but the actual outside edge of the plastic, and it'll give you a little bit of a line on it. So the glass is still done from the last time. I think the only thing that isn't painted right now are the windshield wipers, which isn't that big of a deal because, well, the windshield isn't in yet. So I have to get that little area masked off and painted, obviously. T4 Ultra Rod. No, it's a black Sharpie. Because what you're trying to go for, if I can get this to show, whoops, or drop it on the floor, one of the two. No, I didn't drop it. Let me tip over this camera, because this is going to be my bench camera anyway. Basically, you're going for that like black outline around the outside edge, so that when it's inset into your car itself, let me throw this in here real quick, you get the look of having that little rubber gasket that goes around your lights. Yeah, it's just that little bit extra. Now, if you want to do your actual lights, like these are chrome plated inserts on this and on the front too. So it's like, you know, that. The one thing I've done with the Molotov pen was I did the inserts for the mirrors, because these mirror inserts were just black plastic. When they updated these kits, they didn't keep updating like the mirror inserts. They didn't keep updating the rearview mirror. There are pieces and parts of that are carryovers, but that one in particular is not. Take a peek at what this piece of plastic is going to look like. Put back in here. See if I have to paint any of it. Yeah, the back outside edge of that's going to need a little paint. So put that over there to be painted. We lost a little bit of paint when I peeled it off the body that I dunked in the dunk tank. And then I also put, it's probably going to be possible to see, but there's Molotov on these feet on the spoiler, because when this thing sits in here, although I think technically speaking at this point it's going to probably sit too low and you're not going to be able to see it anymore, but these feet on this spoiler are like stainless steel. So, looks like I have to drill that back out a little bit because the holes are not quite as deep as they were now that there's some paint in there. So, always a good time finding out things after the fact. And if anybody heard that little clack, that was the actual little spoiler thing splitting in half. So I'm going to glue it back together again. Awesome. But yeah, so today's going to just be final assembly day. If we can figure out how big this hole needs to be. I had all these holes, bored out to the right size, and then I, of course, put the painted the thing, and then, of course, changed the size of all the things, as it were. So that is today's plan, as it were, such as it is to decal this thing up and then get this thing rolling, as it were. Now, if I can put this wing back together again without making a complete and total giant mess out of the entire process, that would be awesome. And then I know I was talking to a couple of different people who build GT3 cars, and we're all lamenting what awfulness this wing is to try to assemble because of the just precarious nature of the way that Fujimi created the attachment points and things for this spoiler. It's sort of like hey, here's a random area that we want you to glue this into. Godspeed and good luck. And actually, at this point now, I've had this thing together and broken so many times that I can put it back together again without really thinking about it too much. But anyway, like I said, there's like those little chrome feet on there. And I think probably when you put them down in there, they're probably going to disappear, as it were. But if you look at pictures of the car, I'm going to throw this brush washing thing back up here for a second. If you look real closely, blow your screens up. I don't know how well it'll show if you guys are watching on phones, but you see that on the spoiler, where the feet are, where it attaches to the trunk, they're like stainless steel mounts. And so that was the look that I was going for there. Like I said, how well it's going to show afterwards, I don't know. But yeah, we're going to decal it up, and then I've got to, of course, throw panel liners in it, stuff like that. But that's probably going to be tonight. I'm not going to make you guys watch that. You guys probably don't want to watch me decal it in the first place, but I really don't want to sit there and have you guys watch paint dry, quite literally. I know lots of uhs and erms, but I wasn't really expecting to have that lower tripod part of the spoiler fall apart. So let me grab my tapes, get this masked off, and get this rolling, because once this flat black dries, then we can put the windows in. Once we get the windows in, we can assemble it, because Everything else that's supposed to be in is in. The headlights are in. The air intakes are in. The side strakes are in. The exhaust is in. The windows are in. That little third brake light thing is in. So it's just a matter of getting the glass inside, and then really at that point it all sandwiches together. There's a couple of pieces on the bottom that glue in to sort of lock your chassis in so it doesn't come back apart again, which is always nice. And then, yeah, it's all good. Paint, for anybody who cares, is just Tamiya TS26 over Tamiya white primer over what was a white body. So white on white on white on white. All right, all right, all right. Sort of a Matthew McConaughey type of deal. I'm going to swap out my blade here real quick because I've got my dull one in for cutting decals. I'll get my sharp one back out so I can get this masking off and where I need it to be without stabbing myself will be also good. Hope everybody's having a good Friday. Hope everybody's going to have a good weekend. It's pouring down rain here, which I guess really doesn't matter. I mean, it's inside. Painting is done, so it doesn't really matter how what the weather's like at this point. But, yeah. Assuming we can get this done, assuming this project, comes to some sort of fruition without me making a complete and total fool out of myself in the process, we're going to go run up to the IPMS show tomorrow up on the north side of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And we'll see how well it does. That IPMS show does the open judging, as they like to call it, or the Austin judging, depending on your proclivities, which is judging against the IPMS build standards rather than being a traditional first, second, third, fourth place type of show. And let's see if I can get this somewhere where you can actually see what I'm doing rather than me throwing this off camera. Let me get my god light on here so we can get some overhead. And we'll see how it does. The 12C, the McLaren 12C that I did a couple years ago, that was the first show it went to, and it got a bronze, which is effectively third place type of deal. And that was the first of several awards that build would go on to win. I don't build for competition per se, but it's always nice to get acknowledged for having something good. And this will primarily be, like I said, our first show of the season, so it's just hanging out, seeing friends I haven't seen since fall, and that sort of thing. Got a little bit of overspray on the body when I did my masking. That's the one place that I didn't have masked off entirely. Of course, is the place that, it shows up. So we got a little bit of this liquid abrasive stuff that comes with your micro mesh polishing kits. If I can get a little dab will do you. It's basically like a Novus 3 level buffing compound. And rather than, going through and sanding stuff off like this, it's just easier to do a little bit of this liquid abrasive on here and then basically buff the paint out. I thought I got it all, but one of those things that you see it on camera or you see it under magnification, or in this case, you see it when you turn on a whole bunch of lights. Hey, there's something there that needs to be taken off. So there we go. That is a much better. So we'll finish the super exciting job of masking this off. I know. Edge of your seat stuff here, guys. Bet you're all glad you're wasting your Friday afternoons watching this take place. There we go. Lost my burnisher. What's up, guys? I see more people piling into the watching, so hopefully you'll be just riveted by this edge of your seat action here as I mask off something for painting. I apologize if I'm not sitting there just chatting. Tom. All right, well, yeah, there you go. Oh, Mike's workbench. Oh, hey, Mike, what's going on? See, I don't recognize people's name. I'm on and off trying to watch while at work. Yeah, well, the tires can wait. See, you should have took today off, and then you could have sat here and watched this exciting stuff all day instead of taking yesterday off, which I should have let you know. Oh my! My life would have been so much easier if I remembered to mask this off last night when I was doing everything else for this body, because then I wouldn't have to be doing it now. And I keep putting down things. I'm trying to keep this cloth down so I don't scratch the paint up, but it's when I pick the cloth up and then put it down and pick it up, put it down, I'm losing the stuff I'm using to burnish the tape with. But life goes on. As the immortal Jeff Goldblum would say, life finds a way. Well, yeah, I know. I was certainly showing Mike mostly, and a few other people what I was doing pretty much all day yesterday, whether he liked it or not. Mike got subjected to pretty much every little thing. Normally, I'm probably not that big a share, but hey, this is the first build I'll have completed in about 18, 19 months. So, hey, it's big news for me. Let's see here. Need a little bit more tape on the very edge of this. I know what's going to happen, and I won't be that careful. Most people say the video games are for when the paint dries. Mike just needs to step out of Azeroth for half a second. Which I don't make fun of Mike for playing World of Warcraft. I have played World of Warcraft for quite some time, although I don't play it right this instant. And my wife certainly plays it a great deal, so. Oh, this tape is just not sticky enough. What I want to do with it. I'm going to get in there. Just need you to conform to this little back corner here, sir. Nothing exciting. Just, there we go. Alrighty. Let's see if this stuff is big enough to cover this front area. It is. Alright, so we'll mask off these air dams while we're at it. I'd like to know where the heck all this random paint is coming from. Clearly I'm getting paint on my fingers and I'm not paying attention to where I'm sticking my fingers. But it's acrylic paint on a lacquer base, so it comes back off quite easily. I'll be here for the duration, Mike. I'll stream for till either my kids show up or I get bored. One of the two. They won't be home from school for 5 hours. So buckle up. And while I got the tape out and I'm thinking about it, I'm gonna go ahead and see if I can't get these tow hooks masked off. This will be a little more interesting trying to get these cut off here because there is a divot around these things. I don't know how well I'm going to be able to sort of cut around it. Yeah, let's see what this holds. See if I can get this tape off of here. Burnished it down too good over the part I want to paint. Yeah, I'm not liking that. Off you come. There's actually like some little bit of damage on here. I don't know where the heck that came from. Well, it's just paint black, but it's also got a scuff in it. Which I suppose I should leave, because then I'd be all like, oh, race damage. Except I don't know where it came from, and it certainly wasn't intentional. Huh. Or the boss shuts me down. Yeah. She doesn't get it. She'll get home after the kids get home, so. Well, that's quite a bit more polishing compound than I was trying to get on here. Jesus. Now I gotta try to get it off this grill part without accidentally burnishing off all of the grill area. That's awesome. Come on, just dry up. There you go. Oh, I bet you I know what this was. This was me trying to get that paint off the edge of that grill last night. It's not actually damage, it's just paint. Yeah, you know what? We're not gonna go crazy here. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I'm not gonna drive myself crazy trying to fix a bunch of problems that are just gonna lead to bigger and more complicated problems. So let me grab the paint I need first. Where is my Hull Red? Here we go. And we will just hand paint this sucker, these tow hooks, because this is just not going to. Masking this, I mean, I could. I suppose I could lay a bunch of pieces of tape down and hope for the best, but at this point, it's not perfect. It's not going to be perfect. We're just going to do the best we can with it and see what we get out of it. Try to take a couple coats of this red. Oh, that's great. Get a big piece of dried clump of paint on the brush right out the gate. Because quite frankly, we can very easily go back in and clean this Tommy acrylic up off this lacquer paint if I were to suddenly go wildly outside the lines or something like that. So, if I were to lose all my self-control and just be like, "Ark!" and paint everywhere. little bit more here. Done on the back. If it sounds like I'm gasping, it's because I'm holding my breath. So, you know, the old shooter's technique for for being steady. And I'd say so far so good. So it's going to take probably 2 coats to really get good coverage. But we're getting something going there. It's just in the divot. That's all the place I wanted it. So, as the old saying goes, stop by your head. And then we will bust out the flat black paint here and my good paintbrush. I'll get this area I have mashed off back here painted. All of this flat black sounds like it's not very liquid at this point. You know what? That's probably salvageable. We could probably put a bunch of thinner in there and save that paint. But I have a whole new bottle of flat black paint, and I'm not going to deal with that right now. Last thing I want to do is get a big old clump of paint in the paintbrush. Because this paint's not even it's a brand new jar of paint, but it's still pigment on the bottom kind of thing, although it's not nearly as bad. And this again will probably take 2 coats, maybe 3, depending on how well it covers. Really, just like I said, still kicking myself that I did not paint this last night while I was actually had the airbrush set up. Try to get the paint away from the tape so it doesn't seep. We'll show you how that works. And we'll go rinse these brushes off right quick. All right. One thing I found doing this is that my Studio 27 decals absolutely positively hate cold water. They like scalding hot water, please and thank you. So we'll just take a peek at the decals here. I'm trying to see if there's anything I can sort of chuck on here real quick while I'm waiting for the paint to dry on the outside. Like I said, get the windows in. Wheel, I guess, tire stencil decals. I can put those on, but I'd rather not because in case I have to hold the wheels while I'm putting the body in. And I'll probably try to put the arrows on. Put the arrows on the slam locks. Put the BMW logo on the hood. That's something to do. Where are my Beamer logos on this sheet at? Yep, they're down the left side center here. Give me one Beamer logo, please. That in the water. We'll take the sheet, stuck it over there for a second. We'll get where'd my micro set go? There we go. Get a drop of micro set in here. Incidentally, I like to point out the rule of building. That is, the more space you have, the less space you actually work with, because I am basically working in an area the size of this little piece of cloth. So let me grab, where'd my decal tweezers go? They're around here somewhere. Narrow decals, yeah, this will work. Not my decal tweezers, but they're close enough. See if it feels like it's moving. Oh, it is moving. Alrighty. Cool. Alright, it's down. Now I just need a position. That'll work. So somewhere I had a dabber. And we will take just a dollop, a drop of Microsoft just to seat that. Make sure it snuggles down in that little divot. Haha! Bimmer! We have a bimmer! Officially! A bimmer. I'll grab a couple of these arrows here. Oops. Yeah, that was a moment of, if they were snakes, they would have bit me. Temporarily, quote unquote, lost the scissors I use to cut decals out with. Alright. Put the little arrows on the slam locks here. As soon as I finish trimming off like the little excess pieces. I hate it when you accidentally stick a decal sheet in and it still has the number on there. And you end up with the little dabs and daubs of half of a piece of number floating around with you. I know, decaling is just like, whoo, action-packed, mile a minute stuff here, but all right. The arrows are moving, and I am fumbling because I got a piece of hair I don't want to decal into the body there. Oh, are they not moving? Guess they're not moving. Is the front one moving? Yep. I thought they were sliding. They are not. I need to change out my... Do all tapes allow seepage? Now, you know what? The seepage, when you deal with tape, to me, is a combination of two things. One is that the edge isn't sharp. Like, you can't really mask off this edge that this tape is manufactured with and expect it to be a sharp edge. You have to take the tape off and cut it on like a piece of glass or something like that to get a good clean edge to it, which is why, like, a lot of times I tape with like this bigger roll of I don't even know what the hell this is. Frog tape delicate or something like that. Let me get the top of it up here. I saw this at Walmart. It's like frog tape, delicate, yes, delicate surface. There you go. And basically, it's designed to not pull paint off the wall. And it's not exactly what Tamiya uses for the tape, but it's close. Close enough for government work and this kind of stuff. I wouldn't use it to mask a line. I'd still use regular Tamiya tape for that. But the biggest thing with like paint seepage is painting into the tape line. Like if you're doing airbrushing or spray bombing, if that's your preference, you want to sort of feather the edge away from the tape. So you want to paint, from the tape. If this was taped up, if this right here was taped, you want to paint, away from the tape so that you're starting and going away. I see a lot of people do, and I've done it myself, without thinking about it. It's painting towards the edge, and then you're getting all of the paint coming towards the edge of the tape. And when you do that, and have all the paint coming towards the edge of the tape, that's when you get the paint seepage, because you have that big build line, basically, of tape, or big build line of paint coming towards the tape. Doing it with hand brushing, you're kind of stuck with whatever you get, in the sense that you can't really control the flow of paint. So I try to, get the paint down, if you will, in the areas before the tape, and then just sort of feather the paint towards the tape. Because when you push paint at the tape, like if you started here and you paint this way with a brush, you're pushing all the paint towards the tape edges, and you're just asking for trouble at that point. Try to keep the paint, start the flow at the tape line and paint away from the tape, not towards the tape. And we'll get these little sucker on here. There we go. Now we can sit here and fiddle with this. It's not quite centered. Not quite centered in it. Needs a little bit of liquid motivation. That's too much liquid motivation. It's not the way with decals. They're either stuck where they're at or you've got them floating. I just want you a little bit closer to the front of the slam lock. There you go. And this one, I just want you... I just want you a little more centered in this slam lock. I have to get my actual knife out That one, that one, that one, this one. There we go. I like that. And then get my saw out here. We'll just ever so slightly touch these with micro saw to get them to sit. And by say ever so slightly touch, I of course mean put on a whole bunch and flood the decal. Hey George, what's going on? We are action-packed decal festival over here. That's what's going on over here. Now I gotta take this decal and move it back right at it. Oh, it's like the hands of an uncooperative clock. There we go. So this car is going that way. This car is speeding in this direction. Basically, we have this will be your hood decals here. So we got a number, and we got some associate sponsorships, and we're putting down, like I said, the slam locks. There's a couple more slam locks for the back, but we're gonna go ahead and leave those off until I get the spoiler on here. Once I feel like we're actually going to get somewhere with this area we've taped off over here, I'll put the mirrors on, and we'll be somewhere. I think maybe. What else is on here that needs to be put on here? Need to actually look at the real life reference photo that I have, because this decal sheet includes a couple of decals that are not actually on the car as it ran in the race. Now I could leave them on. You, me, and 3 lampposts would be the only people that would know that they're not supposed to be there, but it would bother me. Let's see here. That big Sediamente decal goes on the hood, and I think that'll make a nice little place to stop. So we'll pick this up, move this over here, pick this up, move that over there. And we're going to take this decal here out of the middle of this decal sheet, hopefully without stabbing anything else along the way. Into the water screws, back into the box the decals go, so they don't go floating around. Move the knife out of the way, put the cloth back down, move this back over here. Man, this cloth's got a lot of cat hair in it. Ah, imagine that. You own 5 cats and your static cloth attracts cats. Huh. Who would have ever thought that would be remotely possible? Am I right? Am I right? So the Spediamente decal is going to go like right across the middle here. And then there's one more decal that's supposed to go between these 2 air intakes, but again, it didn't actually run at the Monza race, so we're going to leave it off, because with that going, we can move all the other decals down the edge of the hood to be where they're supposed to be, at least according to the reference photos. Long live reference photos. Because with the Spediamente decal in there, I can get a good idea of where I need to put the stripes that run down the sides of the hood, because they need to be curving just below the sponsorship logo. Getting that 43 in is going to be kind of interesting. It's going to run right on the edge of the air intake. That may require a little bit of cassaging, as it were, from the decal solution. Spediamente not moving because my water's not hot. Once I get to actually like sitting down and decaling this thing up later on, once the body is on the chassis, we'll re-hot water the hot water up a little bit and get it going. Do, 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 do. La-di-da. I know that Paul at ISM and a couple other people have figured out a way to basically use a LED, a USB powered coffee mug warmer to keep their water warm. And should I get to the point where I'm building enough that that's a concern of mine constantly, I can certainly see that being a beneficial thing. All right, let's see. Let's go back to the reference photo here so we can see exactly where this is supposed to be. It is just above the slam lock. And it looks like it is a little bit further down. There we go. That looks good. And we'll take the little microsol brush, and we'll brush a little microsol across the face of it here. Get the fuzz buster out and get all the extraneous hair. One of the greatest things about decaling, and I say that in jest because it's horrible, is getting hair and stuff like that stuck underneath the decal. And this arrow is still saying, hey, what's going on, guys? You come anywhere near me. Whoop, this one slid all the way off. Didn't even realize it. Ha, good thing I looked. That would have been fun to realize that that was no longer attached to the slam lock. And that's why it's kind of hard to decal a whole bunch of stuff all at one time. You start touching stuff without realizing that you're touching stuff. And obviously, stuff starts scooching around and moving on you. I think I accidentally touched this one over there too. All right, I think that's enough. That's enough. That's enough daring the fates for them for a moment. Let that stuff set up. Get the hair out of the way here. There we go. So you got the least general gist. How much? Let me look. I'm not live. I'm watching on the YouTube, so I can look at the channels of. There we go. Take the glare off of it. So there we go. That is what we have going on so far. Can bring it up. Oh, sure. It's going to focus on the background, not on the actual. There we go. Nope, too far away. Speediamente. I have no idea. As a thing I did on the last time I did one of these, I looked up everything that I was decaling as far as like what the things were. My wife's asking me what I'm doing, so I'm going to say I am live streaming my decal session. Let's see here. Oh, got a new subscriber. Thank you, T4, for subbing. Hope you enjoy the channel in general. For people who don't know, most of what we do here on this channel. Wow, this camera really is now being terribly cranky. It doesn't want to. I think the autofocus is out of whack because of the fact that it's being controlled by another program rather than of its own volition. Let me do this. Come on, come on. Have to refire the camera here. Let me go to my big ugly head while I try to get this focused. So, yeah. I don't recall this being a problem the last time. But the last time I was looking up everything as I was decaling, I had to figure out what businesses were what. And for some reason, there was just no... There's no good way for this thing. I don't know what it doesn't want to focus on. Oh, I just put the instructions of the model kit down there. Will it focus on that? Maybe there's too much overhead light. Oh, turn this down for a second. Too much glare, too much glare. Come on, guys. I don't know. I'm gonna flip back to this camera because life of me, I can't figure out why this isn't focusing. Like it's like stuck on focused, autofocused very close to the camera. It doesn't want to fade back. Let's see here. I'm going to remove that camera, and then I'm going to add it back and see if it wants to work. Nope, still, it's still all wonky. It's also not the full size of the screen anymore. I have to do this to get my face back. Well, that's just really annoying. I have no clue what is going on with it. I can't really control the zoom of the camera with this, I don't think. Let's see here. I'll probably cut out the audio, too, when I turn the camera off. Color, layout, effects. Refresh it. Nope, that didn't do anything. Well. Isn't that a fine how do you do this morning? The video camera doesn't feel like working. Apparently, I'm going to have to do everything like this close to the camera. Like, it's focused perfectly, like a mid-focal length, like right there, and closer. Like, look how... Let's go back to that scene. Look how close, look how good and focused that is. Look, Speediamente, it's just so up in your face, but for some reason it won't depth perception focus beyond that. If I put it on my face, will it focus this way? It's like stuck on a focal length. That's weird. I've never had this happen with this camera before. It won't snap autofocus for some reason. And I don't know how to fix that. Because if I turn the camera off, I lose my audio because the audio is being recorded by the camera. If I use standard settings and then click off of it. Nope, still nothing. Oh my goodness. Alright, I brought the camera's actual focus thing up here. There we go. That's what we had to do. We had to go into the actual camera's autofocus settings and then manually snap the autofocus back out. So let's see. Is it working now? Hey, there we go. Fixing tech on the fly, guys. I know that was thrilling, but all right, that's better. So, yeah. I completely lost my train of thought of anything we were doing because now I've lost my... Oh, I was going to look up what Speediamente is. That's what it was. I was saying when I did oh, there's a 12-hour GT3 race on right now. They hand-cooked 12 hours of Mugello. I'll probably get in trouble streaming a stream. Because I would throw that up in another window. But let's see here. Obviously Italian. Speediamente. Because it came when I was doing the 12C, everything on it was some sort of like Saudi Arabian or Arabian Peninsula type of deal. And did I spell that right? That's Speediamente, not Speediamente. Oops, that's even worse. One of the things that is the most annoying part of having a Google search is the fact that it automatically throws your cursor at the end of the word. Speediamente. I just want the results for that. Apparently, this company is out of business. IDT. Amente. There we go. Well, it means expeditiously. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you, Google Translate. I appreciate that. Let's see. There's a Facebook page for it here. It is an internet company based in Rome. And everything's in Italian, of course. So let's see if we can translate here. Okay, so they're like an internet hosting service in Rome. So there you go. There's I know that was thrilling, but there's your sponsorship. I'm always interested in the sponsorships on cars like this, just because obviously it's not United States, it's not Coca-Cola or Tampax or whatever, but also the fact that this car in particular, like we threw up that scene there a second ago. Let me actually put myself back on my live screen. It did win the first in the Pro-Am class, and it was 6th overall. So it's kind of interesting to see some of these sort of low-budget teams and how they do their work, as it were. Go back to that camera. And who's sponsoring them? I mean, this car had different associate sponsorships for different races and things like that. But it's always fun to see, who did what for who, because it's not exactly the cheapest thing in the world to go customer racing, but it's not nearly as expensive as say like NASCAR is or anything else like that. So that looks like it's dried up back there pretty well. We're gonna get another coat of flat black on the area in question here. We get this taken care of, then we get the windows in. When we get the windows in, we can put the thing together. We get it up on wheels, and I feel like once it's up on wheels, we will be somewhere. I don't know where, but we'll be somewhere in terms of progress. So we're going to look directly at the web camera with this on and blind everyone. That's what we're going to do. So this, by the way, if you're kind of sitting there going, what the hell is on his head, is a Carson optical optivisor. It's a little bit different than the Magnavisor, obviously. And the one thing I enjoy about it immensely is the fact that you are not blocked into the thing. Let me pop myself up here for a second. No, let's go this way. You're not blocked into the, let me turn the light off, blocked into it, right? It tips up and down. This thing focuses up and down, so you can adjust focus. It comes with 5 different magnifications. Hashtag not sponsored, but I'm not a huge fan of the regular, what everybody would consider the Optivisor, as it's traditionally thought of. The one that they sell at like Hobby Lobby and elsewhere, because I wear contact lenses, and this also works very well with glasses, obviously, because your glasses will fit under here. And I just feel I've used a couple of people's different Magnavisors a couple different times, and I just feel very claustrophobic. Piece of hair right in the middle of that. Very claustrophobic in the sense of not being able to have any kind of peripheral vision. And, your mileage may vary on how you feel about that. I personally don't really particularly care for it. So that's just me. Your mileage, your likes, your preferences may vary. Like I said, I'm not making any money off of it, so if you don't buy one, I don't care. But me personally, I love it because aside from having, these, like I said, these things attach in and out, aside from that, is the fact that, like I said, I could just tip it up out of my face, and now I can like look at you guys and then go back to what I'm doing. And go, I don't have to take it off. And I know you can tip the Magnavisor up, but it's just too clunky for me. And I like this. And on Amazon, they're like $35 or something like that, which I realize is more expensive than the other one, but you get more options than the other one. I would definitely tell you not to get the Spanish one that they sell at a lot of hobby shops that looks like the Magnavisor, because holy mackerel, that thing is made in China, and everybody I know who has one is like, oh my god, the lenses in them are complete and utter crap as far as the clarity. Carson Opticals does optical stuff, so their lenses are optic quality. And that definitely makes a huge difference when you're talking about how clear things are. So you guys stare at this, and I'm going to go get this black off this paintbrush. Oh my goodness. And we're back. So we're gonna let that set up, let the paint dry on this little sucker area over here, and yeah. Now will be the time to throw questions into the chat room because we have stuff to talk about here. One thing I'm going to do, I'm going to try to do, I had it done the first time, and then I ended up having to strip these because I pulled them out of the body and they ended up being all goofy, was these kidney girls for the BMW, very iconic, of course, kidney girls. They need a chrome outline. And it's certainly a thing of like, oh, that's a perfect job for Molotov. Yeah, it would be, but unfortunately, that just doesn't really work out that well because you end up slopping it everywhere. And I guess the choice you could have would be to base it in, get an airbrush out or paint or just use the marker, get the whole thing chromed, and then come back in and try to paint the black in. What I'm going to do with them is just take a piece of bare metal foil that's effectively the size of them or a little bit bigger, get it down into the area around here. This is what I did the last time. It actually worked out. Get it down into the area here around the grill surround, and then I'm going to cut the middle part out, or obviously the teeth, if the grill is, if you will, and then it'll just leave the outside edge of the grill, because you don't need to worry about cleaning it up so much, because these things these things are refusing to pay attention to what I want them to do. That's what these things are. I would say these things sit in here rather flush. And so, if you have some chrome foil around the outside edge, you'll never see it. Now I need to get this back out of here without breaking it. It's a very flush fit. So you don't really even need to worry about gluing it that much. But we'll throw a little glue on that outside edge part there to make sure that it doesn't, flop out. But yeah. And Spediamente. What else? I feel like I could throw another decal on there. What am I doing here? We need the reference photo. Reference photo. So sort of between the edge of the, slightly above the. So like between here and then up here, and then this is gonna run. I can do that one, but then that's, I don't know, I feel like it's too close to the windshield. The arguments you have with yourself while you're going, what can I put on here that's not going to get damaged? Probably nothing. It's that whole gag of I could put that on there and nothing will happen, and then that, of course, is the part that you end up ruining. I have an idea, he said, because it's sitting here and I saw it and I know where it goes and it won't be in the way. At least I don't think. We'll take another decal off the sheet here, because I don't think I'm going to touch anything resembling where that's going to sit. course, that'll be the only place I touch now for the rest of the time I'm on here. We'll throw that decal in the water. Yeah, go back to my live shot so I can see what I'm doing. So I can see what I'm doing, to see what you see what I'm doing. And we're going to put, there's a little Roal Motorsports logo that goes right there in the middle of underneath the grills and above the air inlet type deal. So we're going to put that on. It looks like everything else is setting up nicely. The arrows are hunkering in, so that looks good. Take this out and just let it sort of hang out and do its thing. Oh my. I fly out Monday morning, I assume. They're supposed to call me today. I should probably turn my ringer on. Because if that happens, I'll have to take this phone call. They're supposed to call me today with all my flight information for my trip to the fine, upstanding state of Minnesota. Trucks are here, local gig, working Monday through Fridays, weekends off. Kind of cool like that. My wife likes to point out that that's the kind of job I get. Of course, it's a Monday through Friday job. It's really what I wanted. Sorry guys, I've just worked too many weekends in my life at this point. One of the big things we have around here is oil and natural gas specifically, and postal service. And both of those things obviously are 24 hours a day, 7 days a week operations. You do occasionally get breaks, obviously, for holidays and stuff like that. The company I used to work for when I did a lot of oil and natural gas work right now hasn't worked for about the last 3 weeks. So not at all sorry I'm not working there right now. Because there's nothing more nothing more frustrating to me than being employed someplace full-time and then being all like, oh yeah, by the way, you need to be on unemployment while you're here. Because that's sort of the entire antithesis of working a full-time job. It's like, hey, I have a full-time job. Oh yeah, what do you do? Well, I sit at home and I collect $545 a week in unemployment checks. Alright, I like where that's at. I like it better if my Q-tip hadn't rolled underneath the edge of my laptop. Come here. And just dab out the excess water. We don't need any microsol or microset on this. We just need to get it lined up exactly where I want it and let the glue gods do their bidding with it. Let me take a quick peek at the real car. That is not the angle of the real car I want. I have a front end angle. Let's see, the O is directly underneath the split in the grills. So that's where that goes. All right. I like it. That goes. Oops. Right there. If it would focus. I'm scared to make it focus too close, so it's going to get stuck on it again. There we go. Roal Motorsports. Oh, it didn't stick. Yay. I need to get the decal sheet that came with this kit because it has the vent decals I need. So chat amongst yourself while I walk off camera. Oh, wait, I'm back. Never mind. That was quick. And let's go back to the chat. Back to the live. All right, there we go. So, I know a lot of people hate it, and that being decals, but I love it. It's my favoriteest thing in the world. I watching this sort of thing, develop and come together is one of those things that I just really enjoy. Hopefully, before too terribly long, we can get an idea of exactly what this is going to look like on its wheels, and I can get this cloth off from underneath of it. But we got to put the mirrors on before we put the windows in because You can see here, there's like little slots on the side for the windows. I can then put the windows in and then glue them in from the slots on the inside, so there won't be any glue splotches on the outside. Thinking ahead, thinking ahead. And then, yeah, once the mirrors are dry and I don't have to worry about them falling off or nothing, then it'll be all about closing the bodywork up. And these mirrors don't look like they should be this way, but they are sized. These little tabs are sized for these holes. You cannot put the wrong one on the wrong side, which is kind of nice. Let's see here. I need to figure out. That's upside down. Okay, that goes on that side then. And really, you could probably put them in there without even worrying about gluing them. Although I'm probably not actually open that slot up just a hair. But that is pretty much the angle they're supposed to be on. These mirrors are at a jaunty angle in real life. Let me see. Quick peek at the reference photo. Yep, that's about exactly where that's supposed to be. So we're going to take a little bit of the Tester's Model Master and just lightly do a little coat on the inside of that pillar. And that'll set up and melt that sucker in there, and there will be no glue bomb. So, there we go. Got a mirror on. Get this. Move this up here. Move that up there for now because it is in my way. Tip that down a second there. So this will be the first for anybody who just joined in. First build I've done completed since the 24-hour build 2 years ago. So very, very, very exciting to get something accomplished. People have been screaming at me for a while now. Why don't you build stuff on your channel? Why don't you build stuff on your channel? And it's not because I don't want to build stuff on my channel. It's just that, yeah. For as nice and tight as the mirror from the driver's side fit, the passenger side one is floppy. Whoops, fell out. I'm going to do the unthinkable and put the glue on the post as I put it in here, but I need the glue to be in the slot, not on the slot for this one. And of course it fell off. We are gonna tip it on its side, get gravity on our working with us here instead of against us. See if that's even close to being level. It's not. And then do a little holding. Please hold while we hold our glue. I'm sure I know it's thrilling for you guys because you can't see anything. I'm going to take this bottle of Microsol and I'm going to sit this body like this, and then I'm going to block it in back here with this bottle of glue. And that will give us a little bit of a glide slope, if you will, for this mirror while it does its thing and melts plastic. There we go. So those mirrors will be on. and seemingly a little more fragile than I'd like them to be. I could have super glued them, I guess, but I would rather have them get that good melty plastic bonded on there. But of course, when we go to shows, take also a DOP kit, but that's not really the right word for it. We're going to take a repair kit with us anyway, so that we can, get the things fixed if the mirrors break or something like that. This thing is actually partially stuck inside. I need just tweezers. I don't know where my blunt tweezers went off to. There we go. Now we're moving. When you go and you try to take tweezers to do everything very delicately, you end up having to peel it off with your fingers anyway. I don't want to stick my fingers in this hole because the mirrors just got put on. There we go. A little bit of touch-up work there. Itty bitty bitty. But I'm okay with that. It's much better than it could have been if I would have free-handed it off. I would have just started going, hey, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to be all like willy-nilly. So it's a little bit of splash over, but that's easy to clean up, and then just come in and do a little bit of lining. And that'll be all taken care of. But I can put the windows in without worrying about that. So, yay! I'm actually going to put the windows in right now, I think. Just because progress. And get out the old gloppy Tamiya glue for this. And I know, it's the whole thing of, oh, why would you use cement on clear parts? But this thing, if you have any of the new Tamiya kits that have like the new style interiors where they mount into like the chassis floor itself with like the little mounting pins rather than being just sort of or the big posts, I should say. These things look like it has a great big wrong camera. This thing looks like it has a great big like positive battery terminals down there. That's what the glass sits in to, make it not so much flush, but make it fit front to back, left to right. So that is that. I'll make sure that this got rubbed off, and we'll let that glue set up. We're not gonna we're not gonna go too overboard there and force that before it's ready. I'll take a look at it from the sides. Yeah, everything looks good. So yeah, now we can once this glue sets up on this window, again, I don't want it to fall out. Once this glue sets up, I'm gonna go ahead and we'll get the whole chassis assembly. It's all set up and ready to go. It's been patiently waiting with its hubs painted and everything. Basically, the only thing this chassis is going to get done to it is it's going to have the Pirelli logos, the stencils put onto the wheels. But that is rip-raring, ready to go. And once that's on, then it really is a matter of headlight lenses, taillight lenses, the spoiler, and the front canards, and the obviously the grills, but the front canards and the windshield wipers. So there will be 1, it would be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 parts. 16 parts to put onto this thing once it's set up. So, yeah. I think at this point I've thrown out all the sprue, save the parts that I wanted to save, but everything else is out the door and gone, so to speak. It's actually a great big heap over here beside me, but as far as you guys know, it's out the door. And I always find it a very, very satisfying portion of any build where you get to throw the stuff away. When you get to start throwing away the empty sprues. I know a lot of people will save the sprues for so-called sprue glue and all the rest of that stuff, but me personally, I don't. And no, again, nothing if you do, but me personally, I don't. And that's just like that little, I don't save boxes. I will save instruction manuals on certain things. I won't save the instruction manuals on these GT3 kits because I have so many of them. It's like I don't need to keep every single instruction manual for every single kit that I do. I'll probably keep like the decal layouts for like the Good Small Racing kits because holy moly, what a complete and total decal festival those things are. But I keep instruction manuals. I have somewhere around here. I have an AMT 66 Nova, the old original boxing of it with the great 1980s AMT background. Actually, I think I have two of them. I have a brand new one that I built to build again because I think I built the Nova for my dad when I was a kid, and so I don't even have it anymore. So I bought another one, which I can't find as I sit here and looking at the shelf of 66 stuff. Must be on the other side. But you guys that have been in it for a while, you know those, the great 80s graphic boxes that AMT used for those for its like new its new background that was so terribly aged at this point. I have one of those boxes somewhere around here that has every single instruction manual of every single kit I built as a kid, which is great because if I wanted to go, what kits did I build as a kid and I would like to take another crack at now, I was able to just sort of sort through the box and find out. And after this is done, we will be working on the Nissan Sunny for NNL East for the Diversified Scalers Nissan parking lot. Hopefully we'll get to go to the show. It's certainly one of those things where finances will be tight with starting a new job at the beginning of the month, and that show being at the end of the month. I suppose if I drove out there and drove back without a hotel, maybe it would be a little cheaper. But I really don't want to do that either, just because that's like 10 hours of driving plus being at the show all day. So we'll figure something out maybe. If not, it's another build done. We have our show, my club show is tomorrow. I keep thinking it's Saturday for some reason. Is Sunday, and I run like the PA. Go imagine that. I talk all day. I run the PA and help out with the entry with the judging. Well, not so much with the judging. We don't do judging. We do people's choice. So it's just everybody who comes in the door gets a ballot. You go in the back. You vote on what you want. And so some people like that. Some people don't. I would judge the show, but nobody else in the club wants to. So I just respect the masses because nobody wants to do that. And I certainly don't want to try to round up a group of people because I found that when you try to round up a group of people for judging, you get a lot of, well, I'm going to be in the show. I don't want to judge. I'm going to enter. So what can you do with that, I guess? So ours is People's Choice is the first place award. That's it. There's no second, no third. It's a winner take all. And then the club members do their own theme awards. I do best import. Shocking, right? And there's best Pontiac for the Pontiac guy, best paint, best engine, best interior. Let's see what else. I'm trying to remember from the meeting last month. I think there's a best orphan class this year, or orphan trophy from one of the guys. So it's like Hudson's, AMC's, all those kind of cars that don't exist anymore at this point. Oldsmobile, Pontiac. I'm trying to think what else. I think there's best light commercial type of thing. I'm not in charge of making the trophy, so I wasn't paying that much attention. I hope somebody was paying attention. at the club meeting. But tomorrow, Saturday, is the IPMS show. And the IPMS show here, again, because I'm watching the number of people watching, and I see people coming in and out. So if I repeat myself, the people who are sitting here the whole time, apologize. But the judging is a gold, bronze, or gold, silver, bronze type judging. It's open judging against the IPMS guidelines rather than being a first, second, third judge head-to-head type of deal. So as a modeler, you could effectively take everything you own and bring it to the show. You can't enter things that have already won in the past, which is why the 12C can't go, because it's placed it's got an award in the past. But you could bring as many models as you want to, and you could get theoretically medals for everything that you bring if it's good enough against, again, the IPMS criteria, which is mostly a technically clean build before all the blingy nonsense that people put onto their models. And walk out of there with like 20 awards. There's a best this, best that, best the other thing. IPMS being a lot of aircraft awards, tank awards, things like that, obviously. And, I like it because I think it gives you at least a reasonably honest assessment of what your build looks like outside of what any judge would do on a day. I've judged shows, I've helped judge shows, I've been to some judge shows that are very good. I've been to some judge shows that are very bad in terms of the judging. And it's one of those things where you can't get mad about a contest because it is a subjective opinion of the judge. I personally don't think, hey, Dustin, I don't personally think that the McLaren had any business winning competition at the Pittsburgh show. The other club that does automotive stuff, South Hills Auto Modelers, or South Hills, is it South Hills? Three Rivers Auto Modelers. We're the South Hills Modelers Association. The other club here in Pittsburgh that's car-based is the Three Rivers Auto Modelers, and I took the McLaren there. I got a third place at the IPMS show in. I know I'm starting to sound like bragging about my placement, but I'm just making a point here. I got third place, a bronze at the IPMS show. Before I went to the IPMS show, I took it to Buckeye Scale Classic, which is the Columbus guys, the Buckeye Scale Auto Club. Their judging at the time was entrance choice. Like, it wasn't people's choice. It was you had to build a model, put it in the show, and when you put the model in the show, you got a ballot. It didn't do anything there. I put it on another People's Choice show somewhere else. I can't remember where now. And it didn't do anything there. But every judge show that I put it into, it placed. I got a bronze, which isn't a place. It's just like, it would be the equivalent of third. I got a bronze at the IPMS show here in Pittsburgh. I took it to Y City Scale Modelers, I think is what that club is called. It's a show in Zanesville, Ohio. And I got second there, only losing to John Brolin's 1/12 scale Lotus build that he did, that he had like $1,000 and 1,000 hours into. It was a commission build. I don't know to this day if that guy ever paid for it or if John still has it. Very deserving thing. If you know who John Brolin is and you're friends with him on Facebook and stuff like that, that's the model he toured around 2 years ago that was getting like a trunkload of awards everywhere it went. Best of show, best automotive, best this, that, and the other thing. And it deserved every bit of it. Don't get me wrong. So I got second place to that at Zanesville, and then the Zanesville Pittsburgh show in the fall is the same weekend in September, and I took it to Three Rivers Auto Modelers, and I got first place at that show. And to this day, I don't think I had any business getting first place. There were full detail builds in there, and the McLaren 12C, much like this BMW, is a curbside. I guess just on that day, at that point, they thought it was a above average decaling job. Above average just technical build in the sense that it wasn't a big glue bomb and a big mess. And, I won. It's one of those things of going to a show, having absolutely no intention of getting anything, and then coming home with the first place. Going to the IPMS show is a little bit different because it is open judging. So in my mind, unless I really goof this up, it should place something, get a bronze at least, right where it stands right now. Of course, like I said, I could completely totally botch this thing before the day is out. But, yeah, that show I go into with a little bit of I know how the IPMS guidelines work. I think I could do okay. But yeah, after this is done and this is completed, we'll start working on the Nissan Sunny for NNL. Because even if I don't go to NNL East, we do have another show that's coming up here relatively close by. It is the Stark Scale Modeler Show. It's over by Canton. It's the 13th of April. Canton is like hour and 45 minutes away from me, give or take, one way. So that's very easily doable without having to worry about like taking a day off work. If I work till midnight Friday night and then I drive out to New Jersey for NNL, I need a hotel because I can't make that drive back to Pittsburgh. However, if I work, go home, sleep for several hours, and then go to Canton, that's much more easily doable. And we're going to take the flying leap here. Go ahead and flip cameras of throwing this thing together and hoping for the best. So when I put this thing together the last time, I didn't have the side, some of the other things that are in here. This needs to go in back end first. Alright, we're home and back. Now we will very gently, in theory, flex everything until we get home in front here. There we are. There we go. Shazam! Wheels on wheels! Yes, Dustin, I got a haircut. We are on the ground, ladies and gentlemen. We have an assembled build. So let's take a step back here. I can get this zoom and height and everything down at the same time. Oh, that's gonna work. Well, you guys just got to deal with a little bit of a. Let's go backwards. There we go. So there we go. Snap without exploding. That's exactly right, Dustin. We managed to get it together without blowing anything up. I don't know if that back end is in all the way. Yeah, it is, because it doesn't go down any lower. Seems like it sat a little lower originally, but I think that's as good as it's going to get. As good as it's going to get, ladies and gentlemen. I need to, let's see, there's my face. You don't want to see my face, you want to see the model. Hang on, guys. Rawr. There we go. Now I can tip down without being, having the edge of that camera in the way. So this is, where she sits right now, on her wheels. Got a little, I said, a little bit of the decal work down here on the front. Dustin, you weren't here when we started playing with the colors. But yeah. Now, now we can decal this sucker up and get her going, because at this point we got a little bits and pieces of paint detailing to do, but otherwise we are on board and ready to go. So I'm good with this. It'll look really good once we get all the decals on and we get the driver's mirror's acting a little wonker there. Come on, here we go. A little bit too much angle on the driver's mirror. As I say, once we get the decals on, we get a little paint wash down in the our little black, well, dark gray wash. What we're going to use for this, because I think black wash looks too black. If I can find it, that's gray. That's light gray and black. So we're going to use for this because, again, black looks too. It's going to give you that looks like I drew in it with a marker thing. Is this stuff is Tamiya panel line accent color gray? and that'll give it like a shading of the panel line without it being like I drew on this with a magic marker. Dustin says, I need to apply the wash the people want. Yes. Yes, you're right. I am entirely and totally at fault for assuming that I could even begin to just presumptuously build this thing. I have to, of course, adhere explicitly to what the people want in terms of building. For people who don't know what that's about, for people who don't watch our Tuesday live streams, there has been a trend on the round 2 videos. And those are the videos they do every month to tell you what kits are coming next. They tend to be inaccurate, to put it mildly, in terms of what they're actually producing, because they're sort of doing a video ahead of time, right? They're just like, hey, here's some stuff that's going to be coming out in the next several months. Go buy it. It's more informative than anything, right? It's not like meant to be a serious go to your store and buy this thing right now type of video. And some people have taken to not liking the things that Round 2 has decided to put out on any given month, and proceed to put in comments that either say something to the effect of either A, you need to do this other thing. I guarantee people would buy a case of them, which of course is ridiculous. The only person I know who's ever bought a case of anything, and I know there are people out there who are going to argue with me, but the person that I know that bought a case of anything is me. I bought a US case, which is not a case in Tamiya terms, but I bought a US case of AMG GT3 kits. Not the SLS ones that Fujimi made, but those new ones that Tamiya did. I bought a case of those. I have 12, well actually I have 13 of them, because I got tired of waiting for the 12 to come in from Japan, and I bought one here in the United States. So, I could say that I have literally bought a case of something. Without any ifs, ands, or buts about it. I bought a case of Z4s, or a case of AMGs. A case of the AMGs, man. And if it's not that, it is a comment that sounds something like, why are you doing this XYZ? You need to do what the people want. And Dustin made the staggeringly brave decision to argue about that one day and say, what people? Are you representing the Palestinians or the Israelis? Which I thought was pretty funny. Because it does imply that there is a mass group of people out there that are the hobby, as it were. And those people want something completely different than what Round 2 is putting out. Now, we can sit here and we can argue about what Round 2 is putting out on any given day, and whether or not it's something you want or don't want, or how good or bad their reissue everything with a Coca-Cola livery thing is. But, it's a little bit ludicrous, and dare I say ballsy, to claim that you represent the people in anything. Because what I want and what you want are invariably two different things. And neither one of us are wrong. Should I get my wipers painted up, huh? My wiper blades. For any Bob and Tom fans out there. But yeah, it's that sort of insanity level of the hobby where people start issuing fatwas, basically. You need to build what the people want. So that's become a running gag. Much to I believe, the annoyance of everyone else in our live stream, to constantly say that you're not building it the way the people want, you're not painting it the way the people want. And now, of course, yes, I am not using the wash the people want. So we get this last wiper blade done up here. you're in chat in real time, you see Dustin making a comment about the guy who wanted them to do more 1/64 scale die caskets, which is, of course, hysterical because every single month Round 2 does some form of Johnny Lightning this or this, that, or the other thing. I know there's certain things people want over other certain things, but still amusing nonetheless. Touch up a little bit of paint here and there while I got this semi-gloss black out. Need to touch up where the people want. Hey, Ryan. All right. Find myself sounding more and more like Matthew McConaughey as the day goes on here. All right. I need another fine brush, but not the one I've been using because it's still damp. There we go. And we are going to finish addressing this area where the fuel filler is going to go. Finish touching this area up. Yep. And I bet you I have enough paint on this other brush to hit this center part of this fuel pickup. Or I could drop it on the floor. Or I could drop it on my chair. Drop it on my chair and then lose it. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Put it in my locking tweezers so that it doesn't go running off again. There we go. Nope, I did not. This stuff. Tamiya acrylics, fantastic things. Awful for brush painting sometimes, depending. Certainly do dry out from time to time. Probably not the best brush to be doing this with, but it's what I have out. And I don't feel like getting another dirtying up an entirely third brush. There we go. Leave that in the locking pliers so it doesn't go scooting off someplace. All right. Might clean up some paint brushes. You guys stare at the awesomeness that is this Z4. And I'll be back in like 30 seconds. All right. Now we are going to get out my secret weapon. My secret weapon. How do you glue in glass without gumming it up? Well, obviously, there's Tamiya. There's Tester's canopy glue. There is regular old white glue. And then my personal favorite is this stuff. It's Aldine's Clear Gel Tacky Glue. Goes on clear. Dries strong. Yeah, once it dries, it is pretty decent. Other nice thing about it, it is water cleanup. So if you slop it someplace, get a warm washcloth out, and it comes right back off. For things like this, hey John, like gluing in lenses, which I'm about to do, it is fantastic because you just dab a little bit around here, put the lens in, let gravity do its thing. Basically, don't screw around with it while it's drying. And for the most part, it won't fall out. And if it does, like I said, if you do gum something up, you just get a little warm water out and clean it up, and you are all set to go. I like this stuff because it's a gel glue, so I can just take a little toothpick of it and put it where I need it. And life is good. Really got another point in my life. I'm about to turn 42. I need my magnifier for everything. Just deal with that fact and be done with it. So we'll put in. That's the right one, so I need the left one. Where's the left? Aha, shit. I got caught up in all the fun of moving the camera cables around. Quick little cleaning of the glass. So I'm gluing that guck with it. And that one's in. Come over here. Get yourselves a little. Like I said, this stuff, it sits around long enough, it sort of bubbles the top on here, so you don't even have to tip the bottle over. It's fantastic. Get a little more glue. And get it applied here. Bloop. All right. Yeah. Sorry to hear you haven't figured out your audio problems, John. I know you've been fighting with that for a while now. Bzz, bzz, clang. Somebody just Facebooked me. Oh, got a little piece of fuzz in with the glue. Or it's a little piece of fuzz attached to the glass. Can't tell. There we go. Now it's clear. And now we have our taillights. Yay! Wish I could. I don't know if I turn the light back on overhead, it's going to help or not. Oh. But that's just going to make it wash out even more. Move this that way. Why is it? Yeah! There we go. So rear taillights are in. Just go ahead and put the front ones in while we got it up here. Might as well get all the lights on. Like that country song, Nobody's Home and All the Lights Are On, or Came Home and Every Light in the Whole House is on. Yep. YouTube notifications, Facebook notifications. Oh, somebody posted a bunch of pictures to my other hobby site. Or that guy's just liking pictures. See, post anything? Publish. There we go. Well, I obviously I think we're doing all right. We're almost at 2 hours now, so I guess I don't have the 15-minute time limit on my audio. That sucks. We've been having I guess technically we did. This last stream that we did, we had issues with Dale, where he could hear some people but not everybody, and that's a thing that's been going on in Google Hangouts a lot in general. Where some people can hear some people and some people can't. Some people can hear everybody and some people can't hear anybody. It's I don't know exactly what's going on with that, but I'm assuming it's it's obviously a Google thing. Because Hangouts, YouTube, it's all the same corporate overlord. I'm still getting dings here. What's going on? Now, for people who don't know, I also run a law enforcement photography website. It's all police vehicles and things of that nature. I have a ridiculous amount of glue coming on the top of this thing. It's out of control. There we go. Somebody remind me to throw that out before I touch the model with it. Now that it has glue all over it. But somebody is posting images to my Facebook group. Not the Stash Project, but for the other website that I run. And that is what all the dinging is about. For people who just joined, I have my ringer on my phone on, which I normally do not do because I'm expecting a phone call related to a airline flight that I have to take on Monday. So I kind of need to take that call when it comes out. There we go. We have headlights. Awesome sauce. All right. Cap this glue and put it away. I do not foresee any more clear glue being used in this build, or I could just throw it on the floor. We throw this paper towel with the glue on it out. Oh, there's my decal tweezers. They're on top of my paper towel roll back here. We get ourselves a new piece of paper towel. Because for 89 cents, we're not slopping glue onto, or trying to save 89 cents, we're not slopping glue onto the model. Alrighty then. Let's see. This is still drying. That's still drying. Those need that. That needs that. That's still drying. Don't want to screw with that right now. All right. With those decisions being quickly made, we're going to dip into the... Well, first of all, we're going to take this thing off. Whoops, turn it on. We're going to dip into the actual factory decal sheet, which we've done pretty much nothing with because I don't need any of these decals. But one thing I did do, again, for people who just joined, I used parts of carbon fiber sheet on this thing, part of a Studio 27 carbon fiber sheet. And parts of it were sacrificed to the build that I botched the paint on. And part of the things that were sacrificed are these little air inlet carbon fiber things, which is where, on a real car, the endurance lights go. Now, Fujimi never set these kits up to run endurance lights. I don't think anyone's ever made a set of decals. Well, no, that's not true. Studio 27 does, but I think they include decals for the lights themselves. But we need these little I thought I moved the camera scene. But these little suckers right here, which go into these little areas right here. So we're going to use some actual factory Fujimi decals here. See how well they work. And actually, you know what? Before I do that, before I forget, I'm going to go warm up this decal water, because my Studio 27, for people who weren't here, Studio 27 decals love hot water. The decal water battles are real. Some people are like, oh, it has to use cold. Oh, it has to use warm. I use whatever the decals respond to. And the decals, in my experience, Studio 27 decals, do not like cold water. They take forever to come off the backing with cold water. When you put them in hot water, they they're falling off. I had a bad stripper analogy there, but I'm not going to use. Let's see. My son loves these type of cars you build, though they're really pricey in Canada. Yeah, I don't know what to do with that. Not to be personal, but it's like, for some reason, Canada, and I know there's a whole exchange rate thing going on there, because obviously, but it's ridiculous how bad the exchange rate is sometimes. Like these Z4s, I'm not even sure. Gotta look that up while we're doing this. I'm gonna look it up on the computer, because I cannot possibly stand to deal with trying to figure out life with the Hobby Link Japan's deal with on my phone. Like their website, work irony. Let me get this decal on here before I keep talking. So trying to look this up, which is whether or not there are any Z4s even being made anymore. Not totally even sure. Let's see. They still have some 2012 kits in stock. You still get the 2011 kits. You can still get you still get 2012 kits like crazy. That's interesting. Must have done another run of those. Fujimi will just randomly and spontaneously run things off without telling anybody, and then all of a sudden there's stock of stuff that you assumed you never see again. There was a Toyota not too terribly long ago that was like that, where it was like, oh man, I need to find one of these things on like Buyee, on the secondary Japanese resale market, because I'm never going to find another one of these in real life. And then, I don't know, 5-6 months later, Fujimi did a silent reissue of them, in the sense that it was not part of any campaign, any of the stuff that we normally talk about on the weekly show. It was just, if you read their blog and you happened to be in the right place at the right time, certain vendors, just out of the blue, carried the kit for just a little bit of time. I don't know what that was about. I can't explain it. They've done it with a few other things. The Spoon Sport Honda Civic comes to mind, where it was run off just randomly. There's quite a few Z4 decals that look like they're still available. It looks like the only kit that's available is 2012. Well, now there's the Studi Z4. That is the 2013, which is the same as the 2014. There's no real difference between the two. The 2013-2014 Z4 is for the Super GT series. It cost a little bit more than the other ones did, because it is, they had to pay the licensing for the Super GT series. But that kit's still available and is running $30 US. I'm not sure what they're running on eBay, but for a while there, you were just tripping over. I use a cup warmer for my decal. John, I was just talking about that a second ago, where somebody else that I watch all the time, they use a little USB warmer, coffee cup warmer. I have to look into get one of those. If I find one on Amazon for next to nothing, I'll grab one. Because, you know, I have, 2 race cars, not counting the one I'm actually doing this instant in time, but I have 2 race cars in development, as it were, in the background. I've got the SLS, which some people may remember from the last live stream series that we did. That kit still needs to be finished. The Macau GT winner from 2015. So that's a lot of decaling on that. And then I have the Macau Grand Prix Toyota Corona that I started working on. I think I've shown pieces and parts of that on like bench updates, but I don't think I've necessarily ever really did any kind of serious, like, this is this kit and this is what I'm doing type of thing to it. But let's see here. I need to go back to my live shot because I'm in the chat room here, and go back to the big screen so you guys can see. Got the air intake decals on there. I know it's kind of hard to see because it doesn't want to focus, but it's like, hey, all them paintbrushes in the background there. What about them, yo? But those are on. Let's see, what else can we do here? I'm going to grab that other BMW logo. Grab that other Bimmer logo. Because technically we don't use the 2 side Bimmer logos on this one. They are not part of this car as it ran. Although I might throw them on there just because I like the way they look. But shh, we speak not of inaccurate decals. Throw that in there. And because it's a teeny weeny little decal, we'll get out a little teeny weeny little brush of micro set to stick it into this little recessed area back here on the trunk. There really aren't any decals for the back of this car. There's a couple Pirelli logos. Michaels for $7. I have to look at Michaels then. Yeah, we have a Michaels still. I don't even know we have a Michaels anymore. It's one of those stores that we here in the United States don't shop at because they don't carry model kits for the most part. I mean, they do, but they're so low. They open a Michaels about a half an hour away from here, prior to the one that's closer to me, and the model kits that are in that Michaels are the same model kits that were there 7 years ago when that store opened. Now they opened a Hobby Lobby here relatively recently nearby, but again, that's one of those situations where for me it's not really worth going to the Hobby Lobby because the my local hobby shop guy, who is the guy that also does the show vending thing, prices his kits at what Hobby Lobby prices their kits at. So no point in going there and dealing with Hobby Lobby's nonsense. And then I just said, hair are my decal tweezers. Yeah, there they are. I've got like 5 sets of tweezers out at one time here. I'm losing track of which ones are which. But what I was saying is, for dealing with Hobby Lobby's nonsense, which is just a bunch of people in there, crafting, which is cool. That's what it's about, But our Hobby Lobby particularly is a whole bunch of old people clogging the place up. We'll throw a little bit of microsol with this. Hey, Jamie. There we go. Just so that snuggles up into that little BMW crevice there. Beamer logo. Like I said, for the back of this thing, there really are only a couple of Pirelli logos and a couple of logos that go on the back fenders. They look like Olympics logos, but they're not for the Olympics per se. So let's see here. Get me a pair of Pirelli logos. Get rid of the part number thing here. Cut these in half. So I'm not fighting with both of them at the same time. And this is where, at least in real life, the logo, where your reference photos come into effect, because obviously when you're dealing with a decal sheet layout, you're doing stuff in 2 dimensions. So you have like this sort of thing here where like the BMW, those Pirelli logos are on the back bumper, right? And then you look up here and they're sort of kind of on the side bumper. And when you look at it in real life, oops, that's my whole back screen. You notice that they're sort of halfway between the back and the sides. So we will go for something resembling where they belong. And then we'll get those Olympic logos. And that will be basically the back half of the car. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. And those little Olympic ones are the DuPonte Sporting Club. All right, let me look at my full-size one here. We are right on the bottom here. And right where that curve is. There we go. Somebody who was in a... So, things... Yeah. I wonder what that was about. New usage warning. What the heck? Apparently, I'm using all the CPUs in broadcasting here. It shows I'm using like 23% of the computer. I don't understand that. The whole point of having a gaming computer was because it would be easy to do YouTube stuff. I don't know what the heck that was about. What was eating up the memory there for a second? I'm looking at the YouTube, my actual feed, and it's all herky-jerky. Huh. I don't know what that was about. Oh, well, hopefully it smooths out. Because I imagine they probably have bad audio with it, too. It looks like it's smoothed out. All right. Alright, let me get back to my live shot here. Alright, so Pirelli logos. Pirelli. Make sure they're equidistant. They look like it. This was a little bit over this way. Further. There we go. I like that better. Oh, we have a resin Vega debate erupting in chat. I'd say something, but I absolutely have no idea what you guys are talking about. I mean, I know the kit you guys are talking about, but don't build dry cars. Don't know. Cannot advise. Get these little Olympics logo style things cut out. Let's see, take another look at the screen here. Those are on the back fender right underneath the logo. All right. I like to know what made my computer fire up. Something got it all riled up, and it was the cooling fan came on and everything. What I was starting to look up was what the heck the DuPonte Sporting Club is. DuPonte Sporting. No, I still spelled that wrong. Sport Club. DuPonte Sporting Club is in Rome. Go figure. Go figure, the Italian car has Italian sponsorship. Yeah, the logo of that is a great deal different than the logo of this decal. Unless they've done something with their logo recently. God bless you, Studio 27. It's good. Close enough, right? Yeah, that's gonna be a fun one to get to sit down. It's sitting like right on an edge. In reality, it wants the decal to be over this way a hair and up this way a bit. But that's not gonna exist in real life because the car isn't quite shaped that way. I'm assuming there's a difference between this body and the body of the other. So we will absorb the excess. Absorb the excess. We're going to stick a little bit of micro set behind this decal. And then come back in here with a micro sol over top of it because that is going to need some settling solution. That is not just going to be all like happy, happy, joy, joy of its own accord. So that means the other one's going to be just the same way. So. Fun times. I mean, it's a goofy little decal. I guess I could leave it off if it really came down to it, but I'd rather not. I am going to pre-microsol this side because now I know that that decal doesn't want to lay down. Put some set on the side there to get it ready. Let me re-dip this in Sol. So this brush is wet. We'll be ready to roll when that decal comes out of the water. Alright, let's go ahead and get rid of the excess water. And give this a little dabbing dose of microsol. Yep. Oh man, we got kid bartering going on. Why don't you go ahead and say that if you guys trade kits and it doesn't work out, I have nothing to do with it. I feel that if I talk, I'm going to interrupt this this trade. Look, arrows. Little scoop going on there. So that's a piece of the carbon fiber that I managed to salvage off the last job. So that works. Working on the back here a little bit more. Got a couple more decals for the back deck here. And that looks better, right? One on. Now we go for the other one. Oh no, my battery's low. I'm gonna run upstairs and grab the charger for that in a second. Fantastic on water to mix with auto air. Huh. Yeah, you know what? Gravity feed brushes are fantastic. Let's see if we can get this to focus. So, here's where we're at right now. This little Olympic decal right here needs to get snuggled down and conform what's going on, but otherwise, that pretty much is the back end of this car. It has the sports logos, the Pirelli logos, got the Bimmer logo back there. Back where a little blob of red is on the bumper right there. There's a tow hook. Needs another coat of paint on it, and then we'll put the little arrow that's like, hey, over here. This is how you tow me out of a ditch. And then, yeah, that'll be the back end. Throw a little more microsol on these DuPonte Sporting Club decals. Usually you need a couple, 3 doses to really enforce your will upon these things. So many people like put a dose on and they're like, oh, it didn't stick down, this stuff sucks, blah, 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 blah. So it's usually not really that bad in real life. It's a multiple application. If you actually read the instructions, it's like, oh, yeah, do this, do that. If you need to, go back. So it's telling you on the instructions that it may not work the first time. Guess what? It ain't going to work the first time. So there's that. Let's see here. We're going to take these little light bulbs here. Oops. Little light bulbs go underneath the sort of 3/4 windows area here. Hey, Pat. Yeah, progress in Pittsburgh, indeedy. Indeedy doodles. We are striving for a model show tomorrow, which we ought to be all right for because I mean, other than the decals, the model's more or less built at this point. The model is more or less built at this point. We are just duckling. You know, 2K Clear is one of those like voodoo things to me. Because everybody wants to use it. Everybody thinks it's the greatest be-all, end-all of the world. And I suppose on certain things, like when you're using an actual 2-part paint system, you know, you're using a automotive color that dries flat, then, you know, it's handy. Can't really argue that. But otherwise, I think it's a little extraneous use of clear, because you have a gloss color. I don't see the point in really, if you can get the paint to lay down, that's a big if, I realize, but if you get the paint to lay down, it's unnecessary to clear things. This, guys, I hate to break it to you, ain't cleared. This is just is a white, molded in white body with Tamiya white primer on it, and then Tamiya TS26, which is their pure white on top of it. And that's it. I did color sand it, meaning I got the micro mesh polishing kit out and I, you know, sanded around it. There was a little bit of texture, just a little bit, just enough to make me want to go and be upset at it. And that was pretty much it. When you're using a color that's going to be a gloss color, like it's gloss red, gloss black, gloss whatever, it's, to me, infinitely easier to polish the paint out, and then, if you're so inclined, compound the paint out, which is what I did with this. I polished it out with like 12,000 in the places that had a little bit of texture, and then I got my polishing compounds out, and I polished the paint out, and that was that. And the danger to me with 2K is if you don't sand it back, like flatten it out, as people like to say, then you end up with a glazed donut look. And it also, as you notice, I'm not going to clear coat this. It's already together. I'm not masking it off and clear coating it. I don't clear coat over paint to begin with. Or clear coat over decals to begin with. Because these, in real life are vinyl applique. They're not clear coated to the body itself. When you start dealing with older stuff from the 70s, 60s, 70s, 80s, now you're talking about stuff that's hand painted onto the body. That maybe could be gloss coated, maybe, but most of the time you're dealing with whatever factory color the car came in, and then you either paint it over the color or you put maybe some early vinyl decals on it, or stickers, really, in real life, because they're not decals, full set. And that was it. That was what you had. This somewhat odd need that everyone has lately to build race cars and then gloss coat the entire car after the decals are on. And there's some weird sensation that the decals are going to somehow fall off if they don't decal or they don't gloss coat them. I see a lot of, it's the got protected from UV light. Okay, that's understandable to a certain extent. However, I would just suggest you to, find someplace a little bit better to store your models at, where they're not directly in UV light all the time. Smart e-learning by, we'll say Biapola, which I'm assuming is, of course, Italian. More Pirelli logos. Start working on the front of the car now. The back end of the car is pretty much done. Oops. Let's see. That windshield header is below the suntan line there. All right. This is one of those instances where the car is not as big as the decal is here. This Pirelli logo needs to go on the very front, very front clip edge of this front bumper. But the decal is a little bit thicker than it should be for that to actually happen in a happy way. So we bust out the micro saw. Well, at least we know this car is sponsored by Pirelli. If nothing else. If we've learned nothing else today, this car is sponsored by Pirelli. Wait till I put the Pirelli tire logos on, but those will go on last. Those will go on tonight when we're about to go to bed. It'll be the last thing we stick on. Finished the Roal Porsche 918 last night. Started on the AMT Surf Woody next. Have an original 66 built, so maybe I'll do the street rod version. And maybe the Surf Hearst got 3 kits to work with. Oh, well, that sounds cool. I have the detail upset from Playmos for that 918. It comes with like a mesh for the back instead of using the decal. We'll see how that works. Every time I buy something like that, I'm always sitting there thinking, yeah, but in reality, I'm going to end up using the kit decal. We got these big C&F logos that go on the front as well. Go ahead and get these off the sheet so that we can get them cooking next. Because these are things I want to get on the body before I sit around and try to get the actual front canards on, so I don't knock them back off again. Oh, you mean like inside that air intake? Yeah. I'll probably go back in there and stick a brush in there real quick and flatten that out. I wasn't sure how settled down over that it would actually sit. See if you'd be able to see in there or not. But it turns out you can pretty well, so I'll stick a paintbrush in there and dull that down before the day is out. I didn't remember that mainly because the last one of these I was doing with that thing installed was black, so it was black. You know, it was already dark in there, as it were. So. Trying to find a happy place with these stupid Pirelli logos because, again, like I said, they're just a hair too thick for the spot they need to sit in. You need to be about I don't know, 0.2 of a millimeter thinner top to bottom than they sit. Oh God, oh, it's not even a tripod; it's a bipod. Oh God, Lord. Uh, Did you build like a Revell Germany one or the United States one? I think the Revell Germany ones had a halfway decent color call-outs. Maybe not. I don't know. I haven't looked at mine for so long at this point. Yeah, this CNF goes right above where those canards sit. Knock them suckers back off. Instantaneous U.S. version packed warped. Oh, God bless them. Well, you know what? That's Poland, because obviously the kits are molded. When Revell of Germany and the old Hobbico used to do things, they would run the kit off in Poland, and then they would throw everything in like tubs, and then they'd send them to the United States, and the United States got boxes of parts that they assembled into kits over here. But if it's molded in place, then that's the factory's fault, not anything to do with the former greatness that was Revell here. Yeah, I got them DuPont logos to set down finally, so that's one less thing to worry about. For the interior of the body, no positive locator sense. Good luck. Oh, God. You know, I bought those when they came out, and I really haven't looked at them since then. I mean, I got the detail upsets for them, and it just got stuck into the never-ending pile of stuff behind me. But I will take your word for it. It's one of those kits I don't think I've really had anybody say anything good or bad or about. The one, I think the last Revell of Germany kit I was actually seriously working on was the I-8 for a little while, which was a silly kit, really, when you think about it, because you got everything to build, not only the engine itself, but the electric engine that went in the front, into the front area, for lack of a better term. And once you put the thing together, you couldn't see any of it anymore. And it was like, why in the world why am I building both an internal combustion engine and a hybrid electric engine when once the thing is built, you can't see either one of them anymore, because they take the trunk, and it doesn't actually like open to the engine. It's just a trunk. Like the back hatch opens up, but it's just a trunk. There's no actual like way to see the engine. So you build this whole entire engine for what effectively is nothing. Which, I mean, hey, that's what everybody complains about, right? They want an engine. They want an engine. They want an engine. So they gave them an engine, and you can't see it. Ha ha! Joke's on you. got an engine and a motor in that i8. You see me keep glancing up like this. It's because I'm checking a reference photo behind me. Alrighty. These are not really level in real life, so that works out well. Okay, let's take a look at where we're at here. We've got this Pirelli logos on the bottom edge there. You got the C&Fs above where the canards are going to go. And that effectively is the front end of the car. Like I said, there's this little blob there is the tow hook. Needs another coat of paint, and then once that's set up, then it's going to be a big old arrow right there. I'm going to take the body real quick upside down before I put any other decals on it. And we are going to glue the front and rear splitters on. The rear one on. Let's put the cap back on the glue. 918 is the same type hybrid engine, power detail. Oh, it's hidden when it's complete. Yeah. That's why, like, I don't care that the Tamiya 4GT only has a 4-part engine. That's why I don't care that the 4GT, like the Roal race car, doesn't have turbos. I've come to the point where, like, stuff just doesn't have the detail you want it to, and yeah, it sucks, but at the same time, if you're never going to see it again, I don't see why in the world you get so, uptight about it. Like, people were really offended by the fact that that Tamiya 4GT only has 4 pieces of an engine. Oh, that's a travesty. Oh, it's a shame. Oh, it's a, national war crime. But it's like, once the thing goes on, the lid doesn't open anymore, and so you can only see what's through the top window of the car anyway. So why do we suddenly care whether or not we can have a whole engine? I mean, I guess there's some sort of joy of build there. Like, oh, I love building engines more than life itself, and so therefore I must have an engine. But it's just, I don't know. I like building engines, don't get me wrong. I have a giant collection of US kits to build at some point in time, just like everything else. But it's not a make or break for me whatsoever. I will take a nicely engineered, well-fitting kit that goes together without becoming a huge conflagration of cursing and swearing and everything else before I will worry about whether or not my kit has an engine or not. a little random work on the engine here, or on the exhaust here, because it's not really done per se, but at the same time it's also never going to come off the table. Which is basically what I was just talking about. Nobody's going to ever see this but me. And I don't think you guys could see it either because I'm off camera. Whoops. But, you know, it's just for me. Paintbrush does not like this paint. Oh well. We'll leave that upside down for a second. I'm going to go wash this paintbrush off so that the gravity will help us out getting the splitters sewn up. Alrighty. We've got opportunity to throw the dog outside. Missed call. That's an odd number. Missed phone call from Ecuador. Well, I'm thinking that's prank caller, prank caller. I'll have to go back and get the dog and bring it back inside in a couple seconds here, so I'm not going to get into doing too much of anything right now. 13 bikes, 112 scale bikes. I have a Ducati, I want to say, a Tamiya kit. My aunt and or uncle, I can't remember who, bought it for me. I have like two sets of aunts and uncles I was relatively close to as a kid. One set not so much as an adult, but what are you going to do? And one of them bought me the Tamiya Ducati as a kid back when it was new. So it's the 1980s, I think. And yeah, I was not prepared at all for that, because it was it's definitely one of those things where I try to glue like the rubber hoses and stuff like that on with the model cement rather than getting something else for it. So that, of course, doesn't work in real life. And right now, I'm just getting a second coat of paint on this tow hooks. And get the arrows stuck on them and get them all set to go. Although with this car, these aren't really tow hooks, they were tow straps, which is probably why they molded it this way. But that's one less thing to worry about. Check that box off. Actually, put that jar of paint back in the rack for right now, because that's won't be needing it again. Flat back we're going to keep. Gloss black we're going to keep. Metallic gray can go away. Smoke on the water can go away. This yellow can go away. Try to find my workbench again. This purple is for the steering wheel, so that was lasting just quite a while ago. You can go in there, and then we'll leave the white out just in case something terrible happens and we need to touch up some white. And I suppose we can try next to put those decals on. Probably should put those decals on before I put the chassis on, but in case of rust or I can't do anything about it now. Zero paint that I used. Jamie, I will say, be careful with it. Zero paint is more or less straight automotive paint. It can be hot if you're not careful. Oops. Well, took a picture to send to somebody, and that ate the rest of my cell phone battery. Whoops. Oops, 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 oops. BMW looks great. Well, thank you, guys. And we're going to try to get these little arches on now. A little schnitzer color arch that goes over top of, which should be a carbon fiber arch, but for some reason on the car itself, it is not really carbon fiber. So that was cool, because then I didn't have to worry about trying to get the carbon fiber decal on. The arch goes over the, like, over top of the window, and then the names go above it. The arch goes over there, the names go over that, the fruit and idea goes on the door, and then Castrol Edge goes up here, and then we've got the rear boot decal type of deal. And then we have the front edge decal, and then the big 43 that goes down the side of the car that sort of really makes this vehicle. And there's a tiny little decal down there at the bottom. And then the rocker decals. Really not a lot to mix up this, but it's cut into into a bajillion little pieces. Isn't that the way that decal goes? Let's put it on the other one so you guys can see what we're going to do here. Whoop, 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 whoop. Decal's getting a little lippy. Hey, that fits. Which sounds like a stupid thing to be excited about, but I'm sure every single person watching this forever can tell you about the time that the decal that's cut specifically into a shape of something didn't fit the shape of the something. And that, guys, fits the shape of the something. Shing. One less thing to worry about. I'll spin this back around to me, because over top of that will be the driver's names. And then there's some sort of little, I don't know if it's an electrical signal, or electrical thing, or what the heck this thing is supposed to be. Maybe it's a little... some sort of little doohickey. A little decal of some sort. Which I know sounds ridiculous, but it's just a little stamp of some, like, travel agency, it looks like. A little itty bitty thing. Knocked my phone on the floor, but hey, that's better than the actual model, right? Put that set up. I get this little, whatever this little decal is supposed to be representing. Oh, we're cooking with gas now. And compare reference shots to your actual decals. You kind of wonder, what pictures were they looking at when they made these things? It's not like they're wrong, per se, but there's a whole bunch of decals on this sheet. Associate sponsors. That aren't actually used on the real cars raced in the race. So, I don't know. I've been wanting to get those AK metal paints, but every time I try to go find them, they're out of stock wherever I'm looking at, or out of stock of the what color I want anyway. Because I've seen the finish out of those, and they're certainly a great deal better than some of the stuff you can get out of the finishes you can get out of Tamiya's paint. That's for sure. No, it's not a question of finding a retailer that sells the paint. It's a question of finding a retailer that sells the paint and actually has the paint at any given time. I'll have to give it I'll have to give it a look. Did I finish that bike yet? No. I said I was. I don't even know how old I was when I started building that thing. I'd have to go look up to see what year that bike came out. But I did not. I got so far in it, and then, like I said, I very sillily, if that's even a word, decided to attach the vinyl hoses that are in there to represent fuel lines and brake lines and stuff like that on with plastic cement, which of course doesn't work unless you flood it with so much plastic cement glue that it sticks on just by sheer volition. Which I did not get that far with it, but It's very much reminiscent of how my first photo etch experience went when I was, I don't know, 13, 14 years old, where I just kept putting model glue on a model until the photo etch stuck to itself. We don't talk about that. Well, I'd start someplace, I guess. It was that Reeboks. The AMT sold it, but it was the Aoshima Lexus LS400 that the folks over at AMT reboxed into a AMT kit for some reason and sold for what was at the time a ridiculous amount of money. I think model kits were like, what, $6 back then, and that kit, because it had photo etch in it and it was a Reebok's Japanese kit, was like $13. It was like twice as much as a regular model kit, at least at the local hobby shop that I used to go to back when I was in Ohio. Jesus, Jamie, what do you live in? Like Inuit or something like that? Or what is that up there? Nunavut? The province they made out of the top of Canada? So I know a lot of people have used House of Color paint with great success, and I don't have anything against House of Color. It's just that this is like what I do, like this and factory stock stuff. So I don't know if there's not really a whole heck of a lot of House of Color custom paint I need for anything. Nothing against that, but just not exactly what is on my normal range of palettes. I have that one, like custom 48 Ford, that Ravel kit. I'll need something spiffy for that whenever I get around to it. But look, it's Richard Petty's car. All right, number 43. I don't know. I suspect much like trying to ship things into Canada, me buying paint out of Canada and shipping it to the United States is going to end up making it cost more than it's worth. Yeah, it is starting to look like a race car finally. All right, we're about to have a moment of truth here. It's got this big old stripe that goes from the hood to the front door here. Let's see if it fits where it's supposed to fit or not. Which Paul Newman car, John? The Porsche? The Nissan? He's raced a few things. The Porsche, probably the most famous thing. Although, give it enough time, what's her face? This B-Max is going to do that Porsche, that 935. 280ZX. All right, cool. I know that's also probably because you're going to get they got licensing from the family to do the Porsche. They're going to do that new Easy kit lineup. I don't know what's easy about them. Like I don't know how they're decontenting what is already a company that sells curbside kits for the most part. But they're going to do a 240Z or a 280Z IMSA car for him. And what that stripe worked out pretty well. A couple little hiccups here and there where it's not quite sitting. That's just because we need to smooth the decal out. There we go. And then we'll go and get our micro saw. And we'll get this pupper painted up in micro saw. That'll get the lay down all nice and smooth. Or at least where it's not having that conflict with the edge of another decal. There we go. Let it do its magic. There you go. Got a little striping action going on here. I like it. I like it a lot. Take these. Hey, tow me here hooks. Drop them in. Alright, guys, I gotta go grab my dog. It's banging at the door. Steino Res. Ugh. I'm sure, guys, I appreciate it, but I'm sure there's some place in the United States I could find that paint. I just really haven't looked that hard. I mean, we have crap. I can't think of the company now. It's a shame because where I got my compressor from and my Sotar, but it's like Hobby USA, Hobby US, something like that. I don't know, I'd know it if I saw it. But they carry all that stuff. They just don't have it in stock all the time. Go grab some warmer water. Yeah, that's where it goes. Well, that's gonna be a fun one. That would have been easier to decal up when it was still a separate piece. Good grief. I suspect this piece is going to be just as crappy. Gonna take a lot of work getting these to sit. Oh boy. I can tell you that right now. Looking at this now, it would have been a heck of a lot easier to paint these rather than try to do these decals. Because they're like trying to make black areas here and here. That back one, I already know I'm going to have to cut the vent out, which I was fine with. That front one just doesn't really fit any better. Who thought this was a good idea? Ooh, good grief. I want to go to orbit on the model. Come on, come on, come around the corner here. I am on XSplit. XSplit Broadcaster is what I use to do my live streaming. Yeah, this all looks like where it's supposed to be, but it's very, very dubious. It's definitely going to be a worker on this one, because it's sort of it's going to stick on one side or the other, but not both kind of deals until this decal melts a little bit. Yeah, the front one's starting to settle down already, so maybe this won't be as terrible as I thought. Their decals usually are a great deal easier to work with than their carbon fiber stuff. Why would you move? Oh man, should have let that set up some more. That was a mistake. Hmm. Oh, that looks like absolute ass. Oh, I had to move the whole decal because I couldn't just leave well enough alone. Oh, I know that if I'm going to do this type of scheme again, where the back area here is a decal, then I'm going to paint this. I'm not going to go through this mess. And I think I pretty much just screwed the pooch by, of course, fiddle fucking around with it too much. Yeah, maybe not. We're just going to leave it alone for a bit. Rather than get going any further with it. Hey, Chucky. This is the Fujimi BMW Z4 GT3 kit that we are currently having a battle royale on this side with this boot decal that goes over the brake intake. Now, I have to cut that part out anyway. It's just that it has just generally been a suckfest as far as this decal wanting to be where it wants to be. I managed to do a pretty royal job of tearing it apart, trying to put it back together again. And again, like I said, if I had this to do over again, which I don't because, well, the body and everything is assembled now. No real way to take this back apart again. Then I would paint this whole flipping corner. I may end up painting this whole flipping corner anyway just because the decal's going to need retouched with paint at this point. Oh, this decal's not intricate. It's just stupid. comes right down to this. There's nothing complicated about that decal. It just doesn't fit the spot that it's supposed to go into. And again, it would have been a gajillion times easier just to paint the whole flipping spot that it went into rather than trying to deal with decaling it. Let's see, where is this supposed to be? Where is this supposed to be in relation? This 43 should almost hit the bottom of the door. It should touch this black decal up front here. that actually looks pretty spot on. That was a good laydown on accident. Get a little microsol on the edges here where this placard sits. Into the door frame where it sits there. Whoops. Shoot. And that'll be that on that one. Now I know for the other side, I'm going to take this boot decal and cut it in half. Because it just doesn't fit. And rather than tearing it in half by accident and having this incredibly disturbing mess, I'm going to cut it. Let's see. Right here. And we'll see how well that fits with two pieces instead of being one. Can't be any worse than the other side. Oops. Doodah, doodah. Yeah. Okay. Well, that didn't work at all. Jeez, oh, this thing is just getting worse and worse. All right, you know what? We're pulling these decals. They are just a disaster, and we are not dealing with them. And of course, got a flipping decal stuck on here. Nope, just not dealing with it. Does it look exactly right? Nope. Do I care? Nope. Gotta know when to hold them, know when to fold them. There it is. Come on, Mr. Paintbrush, where'd you go? Oh, jeez, oh, is. Well, one way of making that whole corner black, but that was one of the ones I was trying to do. Yeah, I'll get that truck. Oh, my. My. The twists, the turns. The accidental whoopsies. Oh. I was going to use that decal. Anyway. Oh, I didn't put the bottom. Didn't even put the bottom one on. Well, guys, gentlemen, here we are, pretty much as good as we're going to get on this side. Unfortunately, that stripe around the 43 just sort of ends without that black piece being there, but that was just one of them deals. Anyway, guys, I'm going to go ahead and just jump off here. It's time for lunch, and stop and regroup, come back, hit the other side up. Thanks, everybody, for watching. We'll catch you guys